lovely people. Saluti a tutti le meravigliose amici, io sono alconista Buonarroti, il Vtuber che vuole regarli felici. Well, that's not good. You hear me a bit down for the count now, do you? Today is going to be a bit of a different, well, not really a bit of a different stream, but perhaps you will hear me in a bit of a different tone. This is mostly a guerrilla Zatsu, and I'm also going to be working on a few yes, stream while I work. So, and Sponta, grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione, grazie. What is the wings? Yeah. Let me remove the wings. I'm removing the wings because I don't really like the way that they randomly move. And I'm going to take out the carriers too. So I'm gonna take out this little cat. So and excellent, yes, everything should be ready. Is the stream looking stable in YouTube as well? Just let me check for a moment while I make sure that the stream is looking good on YouTube as well, because I am not sure if the stream is stuttering. It seems to be stuttering just a teensy bit. No, it seems to be okay. It seems to be stable. Okay. Yes, excellent. It does seem to be stable. Super. Alright, we are back on action then. Yes, we are back on action. Hey, why is VS actually taking so much processing power? I never realized that actually 15% CPU is kind of a thing. Halcon is handsome hot angel. Thank you. Okay. But there are actually a few string jumps that I am not super happy about. It actually does seem like the upload is becoming weirdly unstable. Let me see if I can help fix that. I'm going to lower the bitrate quality just a bit. And let's see if it gets more stable there. And my apologies that we are delaying the start a little bit with all this. We simply need to make sure that it's a good experience on YouTube. A chicken breathed through its anapod and died. Okay. Well, that's very important for that chicken. That's like really important about the chicken. But what is fortunate for us is that the stream is now stable. Yeah, the stream is finally stable now. Alright, so first thing on today, we are going to organize all of these flowers. We're actually going to organize all of these flowers. Originally, I wanted to have it so that many of the all of the flowers had like a little shine effect on each of them. But my my system can't really handle that. So I'm going to have I'm going to start a move plugin sequence that will activate four lines of flowers that will open in a sort of blooming field. I'm going to show you how that is going to look in a bit, but first I'm going to play an ad here on Twitch so to free people from their pre-rolls. Here, excellent. Wonderful. And now I want to try and do why is it not connecting on why is it not showing anything on YouTube? Sorry, I just need to fix that a little bit. I need to make sure that it isn't doing the no, okay. It is working properly. Alright. Okay, fine. Sorry about that. I was just a bit weirded out that it's not showing any YouTube viewers because that really is strange. Normally it shows you the YouTube viewers at the very least. So we're going to add a new action from on the group Twitch general actions. Play ads. Just default keyword, concurrent, blah blah blah. Exclude for an action keyword. Okay, so random action was it to in order to make it a random action that will activate when the um, when the action is triggered. Concurrent, what did concurrent meant? I think it meant that it will be it will happen alongside any other action that might be taking place. For example, if it was like a long time action or a delayed action. I was wrong, I don't remember what it means, and exclude for an action keyword pending. That one I had no idea. In any case, it's not relevant for any of our things right now. So core commands hotkeys. Create a hotkey. Twitch hotkeys. And and it has to be like a specific hotkey alongside. Okay. Um. Let's make it. Let's just make it one of the function keys for now. And if I need a space in the function keys for another thing later, then I can leave a space for that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So just let me go in here and I'm going to check what did we do with this. What was this button? This button function 17. This one is more annoying to press, so I'm going to use this. Okay. So play ads is going to be Control Alt. And then the sub actions, it has to be Twitch ads. What is get ad schedule? I really don't know what any of these things are, but I'm just gonna play drunk commercial for like, oh my god, let's just run a commercial for 30 seconds. I think all of that is a bit much. Okay, so I don't know why Control Alt 0. I don't know why. Oh my god, you are a moron. Oh no, I shouldn't say that. forget I forget. Wait, I'm sorry. Forget I say that. Forget I say that. Twitch hot, yes. Again. Okay. So now this is going to work. Let me check. It theoretically should be working because this is F17, right? Yes, this is F17. Okay, technically speaking, the um, playing an ad automatically on Twitch should are activated. And non bad simp. Grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie, grazie mille. Hey, hello, how are you? How has your day been? I hope it has been as rosy as these roses. There are no roses here, but I hope it has been as bright as these sunflowers. I hope that it has been as bright as these sunflowers. Yeah. Okay, and we do. I fear that we are still getting a bit of YouTube stutter. Do we though? I'm not seeing much of any. I'm just seeing a bit of instability in my upload, but it doesn't seem to be like a really, really bad instability. So let me try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there is like a little teensy bit of a stutter. I'm sorry that I am so focused on all this. I just that like I need to um I need to do a lot of troubleshooting with how bad the the internet is. My internet is terrible, terrible. Just woke up and turned on my laptop. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I hope that you had a really sweet dreams. I hope you had like really wonderful dreams. I hope. Uh, mm. I hope that you were dreaming of orange juice and pretty kitties. I actually was petting a black kitty. I was petting a black cat. He had like beautiful shiny fur. His fur was so pretty. His fur was so pretty. He was one of the friendly cats. Like you know those cats that you extend your hand in front of them so that they can see it and they can decide if they want to come closer. Okay. And he saw my hand and he just closed his eyes and like he approached his head for the head petting. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed it. I hope you're doing well. I am doing okay. I am doing a lot better now that the wonderful Don Vatsim is here. But I will admit that today hasn't quite been my ideal day. Today hasn't quite been my ideal day. But even in days like this, we still got to work, right? We still do. Ooh, wonderful. So, um, I'm first going to try uh fade appearance here, and the speed is what I want to know. That is what I want to define. Let's see. 50 milliseconds is way too short. 50 milliseconds is way too short. So maybe we should try to make this big qubit. I don't know. We probably shouldn't. Let's try 100. 100 is pretty nice. I don't think that I'm going to go above like 150. But first let me try 125 milliseconds. A little bit over that, like 150, or maybe even I'm going to go up to 125, 75. Yeah, I like this. I like this length. I like this time length. So 3, 5, 7. Let's do here, and this is for a Miyavi video, by the way. This is for a Miyavi music video, by the way. A cover of Kaika Sengen. And here, there's also something that I want to talk about at the end of the stream. Which for me at least isn't something that's like too serious or bad or anything. I guess that some people might feel it's a little bit sad, dramatic, or whatever. It's not a graduation announcement or anything. But for me, it's pretty much just the way that life has always been. So, at least in that sense, I can't really say that I feel bad. Or to be more precise, I don't think it is necessary or even on some level acceptable for me to feel bad about for myself about it. I guess it's like that friend told me, you chose this. You chose to live like this, even if you might not like the way that things are right now. Um, you chose to be a weirdo, which, man, like today we got into like a really, really, really bad discussion. Like today, today we got into like a really strong discussion. Hey, wait, right. If we are in this room, then we are not listening to any music. Let me fix that. There we go, right? Yeah. Okay, so the mood sequence has to start from Miyavi Flower 1. Then it has to go to Miyavi Flower 3. No, it has to go Miyavi Flower 9. Alright. We are going to add a lot of move plugins in this part. We are going to add a lot of move plugins here. But where do we want to start? We are just going to add the mood plugins on this scene itself. So Move action. Activate Miyagi flowers rightwise. And the action of this one should actually be civilize Miyagi flower 1. Oh, I could have just said, alright, fine. Now, I don't remember if move action can have a delay in itself. I think yes. I think if you do no action, flowers rightwise, first delay. And we're just gonna have a delay of like this. So what is the next one? The next one was like Miyave Flowers 9, right? Yes, the next one was Miyave Flowers 9. Reminder that you're awesome. Shows second rightwise. Miyave Flowers. Wonderful. I do want to believe that we are getting somewhere, right? Also, like, if we complete this today, I'm also going to sing a little bit of Kaika Sengen. I'm also going to sing a little bit of Kaika Sengen. One moment, please. I'm sorry, I'll be right back in a moment. Hello, my apologies. Our cat had a. I thought she was having like a little emergency, but thankfully she seems to be okay. So we can continue. Here and now we're going to show the tear flower, and then we can have an idea of how it is going to look. But what is the tear? What was the tear flower actually? No, three. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can do flower three. Yeah. Mm. And show this. It was flower three, right? Yes, it was flower three. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to start the chain. The chain. Next movement. Show second right with Miyagi flower. After that, next movement. Flowers right with second delay. And after that, next movement. Short term Miyagi flowers. Okay. Nine and 3. Okay. Oh. But I see the problem. It waits until the whole it waits until the whole transition to start. That's not quite what we want it to happen though. Here and here. Excellent. Okay. Wonderful. So, given that they are actually not, we're going to do a simultaneous movement, and after the delay, we're actually going to short the flowers. And let's see how that looks. Oops. Right. 9, 3, 1. Okay. Nice, nice. Actually, I pretty much, actually, I quite like that. I do apologize that it is a little rough around the edges, but it can work. But at least it can work. Yeah, at least it works. And that's the really important thing. Okay. Thank you so much for the headbands. Thank you to the unbanned scene for the headbands. And my apologies that I have been a little silent for a bit. Um, I had been kind of focused on the work. Flowers right way, steer delay. Sorry, it's just my cat is a little. I am someone who a few people, I would not say depend on, um, but whenever a few certain people are in need of trouble or in need of assistance or something, I am the one that they come to. And it is a little bit exhausting sometimes. Well, not just a little, it actually is pretty exhausting at times. Also, with none and simultaneously flowers I was steer the lane. Now, show forth Miyave flowers. The list were 5, right? Yeah, the list was Miyave flower 5. And again, I know that it doesn't mean much, but I do apologize that this whole thing is pretty dull. The setting up can be pretty dull, but once you you get it done, it looks nice. It really does look very nice. Okay, so next, when you finish the movement, it's 4 right way delay, and now it's the final 2. I do need to remember which ones these are. 20 and which one is this? Okay, this is 7. This is flower 7. Alright. So enable filter. Now the thing is that it's just enabling the filter makes it very makes it very route. Okay, and I think this actually should be our final right ways delay. Flower right ways 4 delay. Miyave flowers. So I guess I can like start talking just a teensy bit about the about what I said I was going to mention, talk about, announce, whatever. Um, when I was starting the stream, and essentially the heart of it, like the gist of it, is that I had a rather strong discussion with a close acquaintance about the purpose or the worthiness of my channel. Essentially, this person called it a worthless waste of time, which, as you might imagine, I was not particularly happy about. But considering that essentially this person told me that it was stupid of me to focus on some focus so much on something that didn't make me any money when I was like submerged in debt, and when I didn't really ever get to tell people this, but I uh, I didn't really think it was going to be much of a future, but I quit higher education. Not exactly because of the channel, but because I had to choose between giving time to the channel or schooling, because I had to pay a lot of them. And I know that I often talk about, oh man, I had to pay debts, etc. But um, for me, the amount really is so much. The monthly amount really is so much that it actually does dominate quite a bit of my life. It does not help that, again, I am often not helping a few people whose families are. I am not going to mince words here. They are rubbish. They are rubbish people. And every time that I think that they can do a bad, that they cannot make a bad situation worse, I am somehow they find ways to surprise me. And I have been genuinely surprised many, many times. Oh, this is Miyave Flower 20. Okay, it's kind of a nice. Excellent. Okay. So it doesn't. Sorry, just one moment. Excellent. Now let's see if it works. Excellent. Yeah, there is only one thing here that is missing, like their delay. Oh, oh yes, and we forgot about the fourth flower. We're just going to show it at the same time as the fourth flower. Flowers right-wise show leaves. I do apologize. I probably am not sounding very, very good. I am actually a little bit. a little bit messed up, to be entirely honest. Show lips. Okay. That looks okay. That actually looks. Wow, it actually looks kinda nice, I think, right? What do you think? What do you think? I think that it actually looks pretty nice. Yeah. Not bad, I guess. Not bad, I suppose. I suppose it's not too bad. Okay. So now, where is flower 6? Where is this flower specifically? Which one is this? That's so weird that I'm not finding the. That's so weird. I'm not actually finding this thing. Okay. Excellent. To vanish. Vanish. Excellent. Okay, and huh. Oh no, right, because I do want the action to be concurrent. So I wanted to jump from the blue flower here to that little herb thing in there up there. And then a little bit after the other ones on the right. Yeah. Almost at the same time as the blue flower, these two should appear, and then a little later the. Okay, yeah. I think I see how I can do it. I think I know how I can do it now. Very well. So this is flower 15, right? Okay. Move. Activate Miyawe flowers left side, leftwise. Activate Miyawe flowers leftwise. Wonderful, wonderful. By the way, I do need to make sure if everything is going right here. Yeah, okay. Also, do we have enough video stability now for the... Yeah, I do think that we do. I'm going to start source visibility. Oh yeah, and my friend called me an useless loser or something like that. That was the what I was talking, right? That was what I was saying earlier. And unfortunately, as insulting or as rude as saying all of that was, I can't really call that person wrong. I cannot really say that she is wrong, because looking at it from a purely material perspective, it is true that the channel pretty much has yielded yield no yielded nothing for me. Which in my case, or personally, I kinda know the motives, and I try to be understanding about it. But I know that, for example, like growing is really difficult, and I myself don't exactly do a lot of things that are very very conducive to growth, because I ended up deciding to appeal to. And that is a thing that is very important, I think, for me to recognize, is that I chose, even if I did not fully understand what the choice will entail, I chose to appeal to a certain demographic or market, etc., that I knew in between is like very very minimal, or very or at least the conception is that is very very small, very minimal. As well, I I will not be surprised if a lot of people add like, this guy wanted to be a professional VTuber? Really? With the way he acts? With how little he streams with? And please have mercy, it's just that all of this stuff is so completely new for me, and unfortunately, not only do I not have the best testers of technology, but a lot of things in my environment, in my immediate environment, are not exactly very conducive to be able to stream comfortably. And I even sometimes like well, I think I did mention a couple times that sometimes I was actually wondering if I should even take a streaming break. And to be honest, if YouTube weren't so mean, algo-wise as it usually is, with breaks, I probably would have taken a break. But alas, YouTube is YouTube. But all of those reasonings and explanations, or what they will be seen in another from another perspective, excuses. I don't remember the other word that I was going to say. Sorry. I am just like trying to find out where is this flower. This one is going to be the vertical flower anyway, so it's not going to matter too much for leftwise, I suppose. Um, all of these excuses don't change the fact that I am under a non-small amount of pressure to provide more results for certain people. And while failure to meet those expectations isn't going to result in any kind of material punishment, it's not like I'm going to be unable to stream or something. It does result in considerable bereavement and emotional attacks. I will not be telling you this stuff if I wasn't being like pressured really really hard to do some things differently. Show first leftwise, Miyagi flowers. Oh, no, sorry. Flowers leftwise. There's delay. It was flower 15, right? Or flower 12? Oh, right, yeah. No. Activate. Yeah, flowers leftwise. It was already 15. So, show second leftwise. Yeah, flowers. One moment, please. And I think it will not be controversial to call myself a failed Vtuber. I think that I genuinely think of myself as a failure for having achieved so little in over a year and a half. Even if I know the reasons, and even if some of the reasons are genuinely outside of my power, I do think it's pretty. I suppose I can say the word like pathetic that I have so little to show for it. And I don't think I really need to clarify this, but I do wish to clarify that has nothing to do with the audience. Please don't feel that the critique is towards you or anything. That is the last thing that I will want. The kind of factors that I am upset about are far more abstract or far more distant. They are things that neither maybe not me, but certainly not any one of the people that are so nice to come and watch have any direct control over. Uh, um, One of the things, for example, that I did that probably did not really help me to grow is that I had the option early on to be a fanboy VTuber. Like, I did have a lot of people coming on chat and saying, "Oh wow, I see a nice fanboy kitty in Destiny." But I did make the decision, and I need to recognize that I made the decision to not court those people and kinda let the ball slip by me. Now you might ask, why did I do that? And I think I can chalk it down to two reasons. Three reasons, I suppose. The first and main one is that I don't see myself, I don't identify as a fanboy. I just don't really think of myself as one. I don't really think I'm a fanboy. And I suppose that is something that will be a little bit surprising to a lot of people with how delicate and how I suppose feminine, soft speaking, etc. I am. But the thing is that I don't really feel that those qualities make me gear like, or make me the kind of fanboy that seems to really attract the male audience. Um, for example, I suppose in the case of Miyavi-san, Miyavi might be really cute, Miyavi might be really sweet, Miyavi might be really sensitive, and yet he has like this strong core that doesn't break no matter what, right? And that he has gone through so many things, so many difficulties in his life, and he is still smiling and being so sweet. It takes a really strong core to be like that. I'm sorry, but Miyavi-san is all of those things. But many of the people that watch male VTubers will not consider him feminine for that. Certainly, they will not consider him a fanboy. And I suppose it's the same for me. I just don't think that I'm a fanboy because I speak softly or because I am very gentle or anything like that. In addition to that, the second and bigger aspect is that okay, yeah, now we had to make the flowers leftways, secondly. This is an aspect of my personality or of myself that this is me speaking not as Alconese but as the pilot. That I don't really show a lot on stream because it's not particularly relevant, but I am a person who life has made into someone that has some kind of rather masculine aspects, or at least quote unquote masculine aspects, but more than masculine, I would say assertive. For example, I was surprised when I did that top bingo that I hit so many of the top qualifiers, even though I consider myself a massive bottom. And a big part of the component was that a lot of the elements in the top bingo were stuff like make a phone call, or look at people in the eyes while you're talking, or speak clearly, or stuff like that. And I had to learn how to do all that stuff. Certainly not because I wanted to, and most certainly not because it was in my nature to do so. But I have to do it because part of being functional in a fourth world country means that I had to learn how to do certain, I suppose it could be called adult stuff, even if I did not want to, or even if I wasn't ready for them. I had someone pull up a weapon on me once, or I once was almost like gun stalked by a bunch of hooligans. Or also there were like the 3-4 times an angry driver trying to unalive me. And I don't in any means wish to imply that I am a thought person or anything of that. Thought people are the people that go into a burning building to save people's lives, or the people that risk getting shot to save someone's life. I never did anything to save someone. I never really risked my life to save someone, to help someone. So I'm not as strong. But I suppose that it does mean that my personality was changed as a result of the experiences that I had to go through or survive, if you want to see it like that. Show second left Java flowers and simultaneously. Yeah, okay. A 100, and next movement shows second left ones. Oh, excellent! And the move plugins are in like order specific. Okay, wonderful. And because of those more physical job that I had, and the kind of some of the influences that I had from other sources, I ended up taking some mentalities towards life, or some mentalities towards getting shit done, towards getting stuff done. My apologies. Pain is only but a moment. The important thing is the step that you can take today. Don't worry about what you're feeling now, and there is a core inside you that will not break no matter what, and that there is a virtue to a strength and decision. Those are aspects of a personality that I suppose are not classically or traditionally associated with femininity, but rather they are associated with masculinity. Oh, thank you. YouTube canal. Destiny Francis 254. Grazie mille per il follow. Thank you so very much. Grazie. Muchas gracias, Destiny. Thank you so much, Destiny. But they are more traditionally connected or associated with masculine or masculine thinking, or a masculine conception of the world. Now, why don't I normally talk about those things? About my more like quote unquote masculine personality or whatever. Hello, how are you? Have you been having a good day? I hope that you did. I hope that you are having a good day every day. But hi. Welcome. We are chatting today. Maybe we'll sing a couple songs. I don't know. Maybe we'll sing a couple songs, but mostly we'll be chatting. I never really talk about like the kind of more masculine quote unquote philosophy or whatever you might want to call it, because of two reasons. One, it is not really associated with the lore character of Alchonist. It doesn't have anything to do with Alchonist. And two, a lot of my audience seems to be female. Wait, that sounded so easily. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Female. Females. But I understand that a lot of women do have a lot of reservations about masculinity, especially like traditional conceptions or images of masculinity, and for good reason. It's perfectly understandable that a lot of women will be wary of masculinity. And so, because I don't wish to put the female audience in a potentially uncomfortable spot. I don't normally talk about that sort of stuff. Also, you have to really be nice in the Vtuber sphere. So it is very much not in a person's best interest to be like super blunt or direct or anything like that. Wait, do you like to sing? You like to sing? I love to sing. I actually love to sing. Some of my favorite streams, most of my favorite streams actually, I think, had been karaoke's, and they do seem to be the most popular type of streams. Especially like some of the more soft songs, the more like emotional or poppy songs. Those are the ones that like I seem to do a lot better with. What is your favorite song? Maybe I can sing it. It will be a pleasure. It will be a pleasure. So for that reason, um, sorry. I just could not relate at all to what the fanboy craving audience was looking for. I I could not really understand, and I didn't really like to be that way. And also somewhat like very reluctant to say this because I genuinely don't want to make people feel bad for their taste for their tastes. But um, when people sometimes when some of the people that say, "Oh, nice, what a wait," "Oh, nice, what a cute fanboy." Sometimes when those people came in chat, sometimes they tended to be like very sexual out of the bat, and uh, I'm not hating on that, but it just isn't what I was particularly into, especially considering that I am pretty much 95% straight. And I will concede that maybe it is on some level kind of unfair because if a woman said some of those comments, I will have still been like really surprised actually. But it will have been more than oh you can you naughty girl okay. Instead of like Itayo, Itayo. Which is how I sometimes felt it when like some of the fanboy comments were like, but in essence, at the end of the day, they just weren't a fanboy, just isn't what I was. And I had gradually realized with time that one of the most important things for me as Alconist is to stay somewhat loyal to my own beliefs and to my own core of being. That is the thing that is most important for me, I think, as Alconist. And of course, I probably could have been a Vtuber if I wanted to. I probably could have tried to appeal to 80% of the VTubing audience if I wanted to. Succeed? Well, that's a different question. But tried? I could have at least tried. And to be entirely honest, even though a lot of people, for example, say that men only want to watch women for like, you know what kind of reasons. I do think that there are also like quite a considerable amount of male audience that enjoys watching male VTubers. Like there does seem to be quite a big market for VTubers as well. Mm. And I do have to wonder quite genuinely if even if the parasocial or emotional investment wasn't there, I do have to wonder if maybe that audience would have been more. No, sorry, I don't want to say that. That's too mean. If maybe it was wrong of me to assume that, oh yeah, like maybe bros will watch, but they will not send super chats, they will not do donations or anything like that. I think that was a mistake for me to assume that. I do think that was a mistake for me to think that. Because of course there are a lot of VTubers that do very well. One moment please. My apologies. Oh, it is flower 8. Okay. And actually we're going to show the shrub first, which is flower 17. So delay, show 4th, and then show 5th. Okay. But I ended up deciding to try to appeal to the chiefly and almost uniquely to the female demographic. I suppose what would be called the Yosimuke demographic. One of the reasons is, I will admit, a really vain reason. Like it's really vain. It's actually almost it's almost embarrassing to say, actually, to be honest. But you know the reason. One of the initial reasons was that as someone who was never really who had never really considered himself attracted in his life, like hearing all of these sweet people saying, "Oh my God, you're so cute, you're so sweet, oh you're so hot, you're so sexy, you're so beautiful," it really did something to my head. It really did activate all the funny chemicals in my head, and I felt, I want more of that. I want more of this. And so I often felt like a little bit sorry, happy, flattered. I don't really know how to describe it, honestly, but I did feel pretty happy that I could see so many women watching and appreciating. It genuinely meant a ton to me. Okay, now we are on big scaling. Excellent. Are we actually? How is the CPU doing? Great. Is it vain? It honestly is pretty vain. You're so vain, I bet you think this song is about you. I never heard that song actually. To be entirely honest, I never heard that song. Here, okay. The second reason, it's a bit hard for me to put into words, but essentially, the best way I think I can summarize it is it often left a pretty bad impression on me that the so much of the Vtuber audience, of what I see in many Vtuber discussions, for example, talks about the potential the potential appeal of male Vtubers solely in the sense of its appeal to a male demographic, or if they even speak about potential female fans, they speak of fuyoshis. Which, if you know, the female fan base is it's only a part of female gachikos and the female fan base, etc. And some of the discussions that I see about fuyoshis or female fans in Vtuber, they are very, very disdainful of the female fan base in a way that is genuinely really, really unwarranted. In a way that you can tell that the people who say this sort of stuff don't actually watch the male VTubers in question, the male VTubers from Vsinger or I don't what have you. But I suppose it unfortunately makes sense considering the kind of oh man, I'm going to be super mean saying this, but it kind of makes sense considering the kind of average guy that watches this that populates the VTuber community. And while it varies, of course, with this or that agency, with certain communities that are more so we had this word in Espanol, espantaviejas, which will be like scaring the ladies or something. And I don't mean, for example, being nerdy or ugly. I mean their personalities. It's the personalities that draws women away. Please be sure of that. I am not surprised that they think the way that they do. It is not surprising that a lot of female fans don't really feel super comfortable in a lot of VTuber spaces. And I begin to mean, I feel that I kinda am. Milagros Dorado, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione, grazie. ¿Cómo estás, panita? Hola, hola, hola. Pido disculpas de estar hablando principalmente en inglés en buena parte de este momento. Es algo para una grabación. Pero hablaré un poco en español de vez en cuando. And I felt I was really sad. Obviously, it's stupid for me to think of myself as the savior of VTubing or anything like that, and I very much don't think of myself as that. But I wanted there to be an space for the female fanbase too, and I wanted to help provide that, as imperfect as I am and as incompetent, to be entirely honest, as I am. I wanted there to be a place where the female fanbase could feel comfortable and they could feel as a priority, where they did not feel as something secondary, and especially where, for example, people couldn't go like, oh yeah, of course, like those fuyoshis are like watching yaoi bait, or like where they would not get demeaned for like enjoying the things that they like, where they will not get like treated as lesser for their hobbies, as seems to happen so often with a lot of female hobbies, with a lot of female tasters. But I wasn't ready for how little growth I will get from that. I was not ready to see that And let's be entirely honest, it's hardly only that. It's probably also the fact that I only stream once a week. Like maybe that also plays a factor. Maybe the fact also that I am not like very professional in my streams. Maybe that also plays a factor. Just saying, just throwing that out there. Um, but it is true that by locking myself to a Yosemuki audience or to making it clear in the channel, maybe not saying it explicitly, but I get the feeling that that a lot of my channel gives that impression that the main audience, the primary audience is female and intentionally so. Obviously, I don't want to make guys feel unwelcome or anything, but for example, here is not a place where you can say, oh, those voyages, or where you can say like, oh yeah, female fans are crazy, or any kind of like, I'm not going to use this word. Sure, let's go with it. Any kind of misogynistic terminology or opinions like that. This is not a channel for that. And just the fact that I set myself to that limitation, I recognize that it does cut me off from a considerable size of the Vtuber audience, even beyond the fact that me being a guy means that me being a male Vtuber means that the average male fan is not going to be able to goon to my model. Por cierto, los rankings de fans, eso de fan número 2, es una cosa de YouTube. Los canales no pueden alterarlo. Creo que es un ranking relativo a la cantidad de comentarios o la cantidad de clips. No sé si clips, pero la cantidad de comentarios o cosas como esas que se hacen en Twitch. En Twitch o en YouTube. En Twitch el número 1 es Alconis Buenarrote, por cierto, porque los clips que hice de mi canal son los más populares de mi canal. Alright. And now, just one moment, please. Solo un momento. I'm going to take care of my cat. Okay, sorry about that. One thing that I should clarify though is that even if I don't necessarily relate to the wider VTubing community as a whole, the individual cases of a VTuber fan who has come to watch and hang around and chat had pretty much always been incredibly positive. Pido el divorcio. So if you're a male fan watching, please don't feel like, oh yeah, I mean, he thinks we are all gooners, we are all objectifiers, we are all this and that, etc. When I talk about that, I mean more of a general sentiment with the wider audience, and with like what I see sometimes in comment sections or in internet discussions. It's like I think you cannot really disagree that there is a bit of an uncertain undercurrent in a lot of parts of VTube, and we can be honest here, right? We can be a little honest. But it doesn't change the fact that there are also a lot of people, a lot of fans who are actually genuinely wholesome and genuinely sweet people. That they really are. But yeah, I mean, Yosimuke and Seis. Yo, how do you spell that? Yosimuke. Yosimuke. I don't know. Yosimuke and Seiso and incompetent. Like, that is a recipe for disaster. That is a recipe for low growth. And now, lately, at least, like in the last few weeks, I have at least come to accept that. I had at least come to accept that. Oh well, you are the one who chose to be like this. You are the one who chose to appeal to a female audience, knowing that they were a much more limited set of the audience. And now that I can accept that the channel isn't really going to grow, and that everyone is kind of like rubbing it in my face, like, I told you so. And I'm not kidding. Like, my friend really called me a loser. Like, she really called me a loser in many words. In like many times. I can at least be happy that I stuck to what I believe in, and that I never really had to do something that I did not believe in order to gain views or likes or growth or any of that sort. While I will not say that I am not clickbaity, I think, in some shorts, it is never something that really goes against what I believe in. And for that, if nothing else, is one thing for which I can be happy. I certainly had to look for things to be happy about. Here, yeah. Yeah, I always live my life doing what the things that I believe in. Pretty much always. And that is a blessing. That is a genuine blessing to say. Not many people are able to say that. Not because they don't want to, but because the world forces them to add a certain way to survive. And just the fact that I could live without compromising my ideals or the core of my being is something for which I'm genuinely fortunate for. Like, my friend, aside from calling me a loser, called me like a really, really pampered fool, someone who always had essentially a golden spoon of his nose, someone who always has been given like all sorts of opportunities and still failed. And she is not wrong in the sense that I had had a lot of fortunes that many other people in my country do not have. Bueno, puedo decir esta parte para la audiencia hispanoparlante, por lo menos. Mucha gente en Latinoamérica conoce lo espantosa que puede ser la pobreza y lo absolutamente desprovisto que algunos países pueden tener. Así que me imagino que muchos de ustedes entenderán a que... ¿No me ven? Veo un pequeño milagrito entre las flores. Veo un milagro entre las flores. ¿A qué me refiero? Con que uno puede estar en un nivel social alto o puede estar en una situación económica beneficiada para el estándar de Latinoamérica y al mismo tiempo ser, entre comillas, pobre en el estándar mundial. Estándar mundial me refiero en el sentido de que para los estadounidenses, por ejemplo, comprarse una RTX 3050, una tarjeta gráfica seminueva, no es algo para nada, casi nada difícil, creo. Para muchos de nosotros no es algo tan accesible. Ni siquiera estoy seguro si la mayoría de los latinos tienen acceso a computadoras de escritorio, de hecho. So essentially what I say there in Spanish is that the root of it is Latin America is very, 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 very poor. There are some countries that are really poor, and that kind of poverty varies a lot with region and with social situation. So it is very possible, as in my case, to be economically well off compared to the rest of the country, but also be incredibly poor compared to the rest of the internet, or at least certainly the rest of the Vtuber world. Like, I genuinely feel like a beggar sometimes when I'm looking at the other stuff that other VTubers can do so easily. And here I cannot even afford $5 for anything. ¿Me dijiste pobre? No, chica, estás bien rica. Okay, pero si supiesen cuál es mi país, si supiesen en qué país vivo, creo que comprenderían a qué me refiero con espantosa pobreza. Por supuesto, no quiero decir el país específico, pero es uno de los países más desprovistos de toda Latinoamérica. Sí, realmente. I don't want to say the country's name, of course, but if you knew the country I live in, it is one of the poorest and most destroyed countries of all Latin America. So, even if it might be, maybe it kinda sucks that I had to sort of content myself with having gotten like over 350 subscribers. I still had to find the satisfaction of having done so, being me, being someone who tries to be safe, so being someone who isn't good at reaching out, being someone who doesn't really want to do clickbait, being someone that doesn't know how to do PFE, to be entirely honest, and being a guy, being a male VTuber. Which, to be entirely honest, I don't really think that it is necessarily the death sentence that a lot of people brand it as. It kinda is pretty bad for me, but because I branded myself so much as a Yoshimoke VTuber, and I think a lot of the people that like that kind of branding, they prefer watching corpus. They don't like watching indies. Which, considering the behavior of a lot of indies, I understand perfectly why they might feel that what they want and what they seek will not be fulfilled by an indie. I perfectly understand that. And yeah, in that point at least I had not much to add. At least in that point I don't have any more to add. Like, I must recognize that I made a decision not to be a fanboy VTuber, not to appeal to the male crowd, and that I'm also just not very good at appealing to a fully female crowd. I don't think, at least. And there comes a time when you need to accept reality. And the reality is that I failed. I'm sorry that I failed you. I really feel that I failed all of you, Michi. I am sorry. I should have done more with the channel. I should have been more. But I didn't. And I'm sorry. Ahora, we will not talk a little bit on Spanish, just for a bit to catch up with the Spanish people. Óyeme, la única que puede decir eso soy yo, jovencito. Ah. De acuerdo, de forma muy resumida lo que dije, todo eso que dije en inglés es que perdón. Mucha gente no sabe esto, o mucha gente no sabría esto a este punto, pero yo tuve un tiempo la opción de ser un VTuber fanboy, porque había varias personas que venían al chat o dejaban en los comentarios: oh vaya, un lindo gatito fanboy pasó por mis comentarios. Acabo de ver a un lindo gatito fanboy. O, oh vaya, qué fanboy más hermoso. Pero yo simplemente dije: gracias. Muy tiernos comentarios. Y lo ignoré por el hecho de que yo simplemente no quería ser un fanboy, no quería ser un VTuber fanboy. No me considero un fanboy, para ser bien sincero. Y más que eso, yo quería hacer algo diferente para una audiencia distinta. En mi opinión personal, el hecho de que yo hablo de una forma suave, o de que soy muy amable, o lo que sea, o incluso el hecho de que tengo algunos manerismos femeninos, no me hace un fanboy. Al menos eso es lo que pienso. ¿Dónde hay un fanboy? ¿Verdad? Eso es lo que digo yo. ¿Fanboy? ¿Dónde? Aquí no hay un fanboy. Aquí está Falco. Aquí está Alconista Buenarote. Y además, aunque no es algo que aparece mucho en las transmisiones o como Alconis, y eso es una cosa intencional, hay varios aspectos de mi personalidad las cuales yo considero como muy marcadamente masculinas en el sentido tradicional de la palabra. No me refiero, por supuesto, a oh sí, a 4 chicas en el inodoro. En el inodoro de la gasolinera. espera, tengo mejor no.
Oh sí, a 4 chicas en el inodoro de la gasolinera.
Pero creo que los fanboys no siempre tienen melones, creo yo. No creo que los fanboys tienen melones. No siempre, no siempre. Quizás estás pensando en un babiniku. Quizás estás pensando en un babiniku, o sea, un varón que utiliza un avatar femenino. Am, no me refiero a que sea masculino en ese aspecto, pero me refiero en el sentido de... "Ja, claro, vas a amenazarme. ¿Y qué? ¿Y qué eras? No me detendré solamente porque me amenazas. O incluso si me golpeas, eso no me detendrá. Atácame y seguiré. O... ah, fuck, I don't know. Um, tener la voluntad para ignorar el dolor, estar absolutamente comprometido para lograr una meta, eh, estar dispuesto a sacrificar cosas de mí mismo o a sufrir para conseguir algo. Muchos de esos comportamientos son cosas que por lo menos considero son estereotípicamente masculinas. Y debido a que la vida que yo tuve, um, un grupo de pandilleros una vez me rodeó y me amenazó. He visto unas navajas, afortunadamente no contra mí, 3 veces en mi vida. 5 conductores ebrios trataron de matarme, de quitarme, de eh, echarme del juego, de la simulación. Y un par de otras cosas que no quiero recordar. Además de eso, tuve que hacer varias cosas bastante difíciles para salvar a una persona. Am, Esas experiencias cambiaron mi personalidad o los aprendizajes que mi personalidad tuvo al atravesar esas cosas ah, hicieron que yo tome ciertas lecciones de la vida o que, entre comillas, crezca de una cierta manera que, no lo sé, hizo que tome una concepción diferente de la vida. Que pandillero, ah, yo a veces trabajo en la calle y la calle puede ser un tanto peligrosa a veces. No, no es tan dramático como suena, pero diciéndolo de forma muy resumida, sí, me rodearon y... por suerte no era algo realmente asustador, pero no pasó nada malo, pero en ese momento me asusté bastante. Am, aquí, ok. Second delay, flowers, super. Aquí. ¿Y saben lo peor? Por tener un trabajo honesto pero algo peligroso, mi amiga me llamó un perdedor. De nuevo me llamó un perdedor. Ah, ah, pero es natural. Para mucha gente, solo el hecho de ser lo que soy o de trabajo que tengo me convierte en una cucaracha, en una basura entre sus ojos. Para ser sincero, no es algo que realmente me molesta la mayoría del tiempo. Un momento. Oye, esto tiene que ser el quinto. Te mando un abrazo. Gracias, eso es muy dulce. Am, ¿Trabaja? No lo comprendo, perdón. También tuve la opción de ser un Vtuber. También tuve la opción de ser un Vtuber, de apelar a una audiencia mayoritariamente masculina, siendo tipo bro. pero no quise serlo, ya que quería ser una VTuber principalmente para la audiencia femenina. Un motivo bastante vanidoso, en el sentido de que yo disfrutaba bastante de toda la atención. Oh, eres tan lindo, eres tan sexy, oh, te adoro, eres hermoso. Me agradaba bastante eso. Entonces cuando veía que 80% de mi audiencia era femenina, eso le hace bien a mi ego. Y por otra parte, en la comunidad del VTubing quizás no se note esto tanto en la comunidad hispana, pero hay veces que se habla con mucho desdén de los gustos de la audiencia femenina. La forma que algunos hablan sobre las fuyoshis, etc., es bastante malo. Hay mucha misoginia en la cultura del VTubing, podemos ser honestos. Y yo quería ser un VTuber que pueda hacer sentir a la audiencia femenina que tienen un hogar aquí y que son la audiencia primaria. Yendo en lo bastante resumido. Y ahora voy reconociendo que eso resultó en que termino marketeándome exclusivamente a algo así como el 20% de la audiencia total del VTubing. Y de esa audiencia, la mayoría que preferiría ver un VTuber de mi estilo, seiso o dulce, lo que sea, probablemente prefiere ver a un VTuber de una agencia que a un VTuber indie, ya que probablemente tienen el concepto de que un VTuber seiso que no colabora con señoritas, lo que sea, no sería encontrado en la audiencia indie. Y es algo perfectamente comprensible considerando cómo suele ser la audiencia indie, la comunidad indie. Aunque, siendo sincero, hay muchos VTubers bastante seisos. Hay muchos VTubers genuinamente bastante seisos, creo yo. Simon Julin, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. What's up? Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're doing splendid. Trabaja de una forma honesta, eso es importante. You work in an honest manner, and that is the important thing. Thank you, friend, I really appreciate it. Muchas gracias, Panita, realmente lo aprecio. Ojalá mi amiga lo viese de esa forma. Realmente desearía que lo viese de esa forma. De acuerdo, so what is for? What the what was that? Sorry, my imagination. $17, okay. Miyave flower 17. And again, flowers left-wise. Fortily. Yo lo veo así y me gusta. I see it that way and I like it. ¿Sabes, Panita? Eso realmente significa mucho para mí. Realmente lo aprecio. Y saben, eso es una de las cosas que hizo que, a pesar de que mi trabajo sea más que un poco peligroso, y a pesar de que quizá la paga no es tan buena, una de las pocas cosas buenas que tiene a su favor es el control completo de las condiciones de trabajo. Disculpas. Mucha gente genuinamente aprecia lo que hago. Mucha gente, varias personas ven y dicen, ¿Sabes? Es realmente bueno, es realmente dulce que seas un chico que, bueno, esto va a ser algo muy típico de Latinoamérica, perdón, pero eres un chico que no está consumiendo no está consumiendo cosas tontas, no está consumiendo un azúcar divertido. Ah, no está delinquiendo. Eres alguien que está trabajando un trabajo honesto. Y especialmente de la forma que tú lo haces, te expones a varias cosas y aún así nunca pides nada de más, nunca pides algo inapropiado, ni siquiera te ves molesto con las otras personas por tu situación. Y eso es algo bastante genial. Es bastante bueno que trabajas de una forma honesta a pesar de que no recibes buena paga. Y el hecho de que tengo el aprecio de tantas personas es una de las cosas más valiosas para mí. El hecho de que tantas personas tienen un concepto positivo sobre mí, incluso si las personas cercanas a mí no necesariamente lo tienen, es algo realmente valioso. You know, the really precious thing for me is that even though the pay of my gig work is not too good, and even though it is more than a little dangerous, I remember there was this one time where someone said, "You're awesome, let's go, yeah," or "You can do it, mate, yeah," or someone told me once, like, it's actually really awesome that even though so many young people in your age bracket, they are like doing mocks, or they are like taking money from people in a violent manner, they are like doing stupid stuff, even though you are working something honest, even though it's like really tiring, it's not a super fun job, and you are not getting paid very well. Just the fact that you are working an honest job is something that is already like really, really amazing. And I want to congratulate you. I want to thank you for that. That really meant a lot for me. It really meant quite a lot for me. Okay. So 15 to 6 to 17 and 8. ¿Están listos? Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh! Oh no, I forgot to activate the chain. Sorry. 15, the second, 2, and the third, 6. Dear delay, show forth. Left voice, Miyagi flowers. Las flores me tapan, perdón. Flowers left voice for delay, and finally, okay. 1, 2, 3. Show forth. I am surprised that I messed something like that up. 15. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Yay. ¿Las flores la tapan? Ok, quitemos las flores. Actually, let's not take all the flowers because I need to. Or no, we can actually. It's probably going to be easier if I take out all the flowers. Prefiero que me tapes tú, Galán. ¿Eh?
やっべ
Un, dos, tres. Beautiful, beautiful. So I think that's enough of the flowers today. Doesn't not work on the flowers today. I'm gonna be working more on it later. Eso es suficiente con las flores hoy. Estaré trabajando más en eso después. Uy, bastante lindo, ¿verdad? Muy, muy bonito. Oh, by the way, what was it? Like, Control Alt this. Just one moment, please. Just one moment, solo un momento. Control panel. Okay, so supposedly that should play ads. And it does! It's playing ads. Excellent. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So now I simply need to like press a little this hot combination and I can already automatically play ads on Twitch. That is actually going to be super, super mega useful. Also, Lielin BT, grazie mille per the follow. I think that I already thanked them, but just to be sure, just to be sure. Do you want to know? Do you want to see something else that I've been working on? ¿Quieren ver otra cosa en la que estuve trabajando? Okay. Observen. Observen. What is it? Oye. Now, normally, this one is actually going to use a different one. This one is going to use a still looping animation of the model, looking at the camera and sometimes blinking for ASMR recordings. So like when I do ASMR streams, I'm going to do like voice acting squid fields, and I'm going to do them in this scene, so that it will be way simpler to just clip out this part of the stream and already have it as a kind of fancy-ish video. Cuando haga unas actuaciones de guiones en una transmisión ASMR, which by the way I'm going to do ASMR on YouTube, by the way, on the other channel, Solfege. I think I can try that. I think I can try that. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. Cuando haga actuaciones de guiones, usaré esta escena y por supuesto traeré las descripciones. Por ejemplo, este será el título, aquí estarán algunas de las descripciones, una frase, etcétera, para demostrar la... espera. Oye, ¿qué ocurre aquí? No. Oh, ya sé lo que ocurre. En fin. Disculpas. Para poder recortar la imagen el video mucho más fácilmente y hacerlo un video ya prácticamente completamente editado. Me facilitará bastante las cosas. Es importante poder economizar esfuerzos como streamer. Lamento haber olvidado, sin embargo, lo de el editor. De hecho, ¿será que podemos utilizar el editor ahora? Pues hagámoslo, supongo. Que quitaré Google Chrome y esperaremos un momento. I will take a Google Chrome and we will wait for a little bit. I don't know if I should actually open DaVinci Resolve like this, but let's go, I guess. Well, I mean, I do have a lot of RAM, so I do have quite a bit of RAM. Bellísimo, gracias, beautiful, thank you. Okay. After this, I'm going to try like another doing another video clip. Después de esto voy a intentar hacer otro clip de un video. I'm going to change the background music and I'm going to try a little speech Zatsu. Okay. Después de esta pequeña edición, haré un pequeño Zatsu, haré una pequeña discusión. Haré un Zatsu grabado para un video. Siempre que uno puede estar haciendo un directo, suele ser conveniente. Posa, panita. Sí. Oh. Ok. Una actualización de DaVinci Resolve. Aún no, todavía no. Por favor, evitemos actualizaciones de momento. De acuerdo. Así que no necesitamos la pista de audio. Y aquí. Excelente, así que necesitamos duplicar este archivo y lo ponemos. No, apliquemos el green screen. Delta. Un color de fondo. Aparentemente el azul realmente se aplica para... ¿O será que es el espectro de... Solo un momento, por favor. Solo un momento. Estamos con el espectro del azul puro. Lástima que... No tengo idea de qué estoy haciendo con la parte de la esclavización y el mate. No tengo idea qué estoy haciendo aquí tampoco. Tenemos que utilizar otro elemento. Tenemos que utilizar otro. Panita, ¿me ves? La veo. Veo una panita hermosa. De acuerdo. Utilicemos la pantalla verde. Ahora he aprendido, no puedo utilizar la pantalla azul para 10.99.1. I have now learned we cannot use the green screen for ok, excelente. Ok. Like this, maybe. Okay, that is pretty trippy. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Me gusta mucho eso. Mm. Y aquí ahora. Les mostraré cómo queda en un momento. Les mostraré cómo queda en un momento. De acuerdo, eso es suficiente, así que ahora pasaremos a fusión para hacer la clave delta. Ay, gracias, de nada, de nada. Sí, efectivamente, utilizando una pantalla verde no tengo ninguna pérdida de color. Yes, effectively, using green screen, no color loss. Oh well. Lesson learned. Una lección aprendida. Alconis Buonarroti, Falco 1091, look at camera for ASMR room 3. Disculpas. Falco 1091, look at camera, ASMR room 3. Oh, right, I forgot. They don't actually... Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Disculpen. Olvidé que al exportar un archivo no guarda el video transparente. Aquí. De acuerdo. Single clip. QuickTime HD264 add to render queue. YouTube, solo por si acaso, add to render queue. Okay. Y ahora renderizamos todos. We render all of them. Let's see how that will look. ¿Me da back? Oh, quizás el video se entrecorte por un momento. Like, stream is probably going to lag quite a bit for a moment. Stream is going to lag quite a bit for a moment. La transmisión va a tener bastante bugueo por un momento. Okay. I'm going to make a Twitch chat now. Presión la policía de Twitch. I don't think it says on chat when I have to reset an ad, right? No, it doesn't. Disculpen, es solo un momento, es solo un momento. My bad, it's just for a moment. Alright, of course, like that. I forgot they're going to encode with the render. Okay, tell you what, we're just going to... Oh no. Haré esto. I will do this. I'm going to end the Twitch stream for just a bit. We are having a small memory leak, but it should be survivable, I think. Nope. Okay. Intentémoslo de nuevo. What, 9 minutes to render a 2-minute file? No. That's not good. That's not good at all. Ok. Ahora sé que no puedo renderizar un clip sin... ¿Nos besamos? Quizás en unos momentos, quizás en unos momentos. ¿Tenemos una fuga de memoria? No, no tenemos una... Oh. No. Tendré que hacer esto después de la transmisión. Ok, continuemos con la transmisión en Twitch. Ok. I guess I can try a script. Even though I really don't feel it right now, I can try a script. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? Is it one of those projects? Would you like some tea or something else? Wonderful. Green tea it is then. I'll bring it over in like 15 minutes. Green tea on your right. I put liquid up to 3/4 of the cup so it won't spill. Is there any other matter upon which I could be capable of assisting you, my lovely lady? Delighted to hear that, miss. I'll be taking my leave to get you space then. Should you need anything else, you know to just ask. Make sure not to overwork yourself, okay, sweetheart? Going a bit extra is okay, but there's no point in going all ham when the deadline is so far away. Let yourself and your mind have time to refresh. There are times when the best ideas and fresh approaches to problem solving come after we spend some time away from the task at hand. Your hands are so soft. My hands are cold. Maybe I need to stick them under your shirt to warm them. Understood, miss. I'm leaving you to your work. See you in a bit. You can do this, sweetheart. Keep doing the awesome you. Little time passes. Hello, sexy. Are you finished with the difficult part? Atta girl, you really are amazing. Did you know that? Will it be okay to hug you? Yeah? Here I go then. You're doing an amazing job, sweetheart. And I'm sure that everyone in your job appreciates you for all the work you do. I know that I appreciate you for the lovable and wonderful person that you are. Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. So, let's go to the the Zatsu. And do give me 5 minutes. I'm going to collect my thoughts a bit and I'm going to prepare for the last scene of the stream. Denme unos 5 minutos. Voy a recolectar mis pensamientos y voy a prepararme para la última escena de la transmisión de hoy. Ok, solo unos 5 minutos, por favor. Aquí. Nos vemos. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Dun, 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 dun. I know how to play this song on guitar, by the way. It's such a beautiful composition. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Pío, pío, pío. Pew, 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 pew. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and let them fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to our eyes. You were only waiting for this moment to our eyes. You were only waiting for this moment to our eyes. Okay. Wow. We'd run right through those nights. I never found my way back to you inside these labyrinth of lights. There was madness in the meaning, never lot less. We were screaming at the top of our lungs to the nunness. This city never died. I fly, now proof those heights. I never find another chance to say thanks for saving my life. I was hopeless, it was stinging, running ruthless. We were screaming at the top of our lungs, the nunness. This city never died. What was the root of it all? I couldn't say. Used to jump and then fall, ragged and cliché. We'll shake it up with a complaint, not a sound using trying to find friends, cause in the end of all these sticks around, it's when you shove yourself into a crowded place that you turn around and find yourself in love in other space. It's a recklessness, nothing's nothing other dreams. Just what the shit was so funny. Work out the wrong to stumble used to fall in good heights. Amidst a concrete jungle singing cause it alright. We mix the enemy and trouble running our discontent. Although it's history, I can't forget the time that we spent. Convinced that this could mean not even exist. We went real and pretend a twisted outer fiction where I miss my chance, did not ascend. And disappearing into the mist of never happened. It's the myth that I can never befriend. I let it go. Fade in, fade out, this crazy dream without a direction, floating aimlessly. There's nothing left back there for me. Breathing, but it won't stop the rain from pouring. We'd run right through those nights. I never found my way back to you inside these labyrinth lights. There was madness in the meaning, never lot less. We were screaming at the top of our lungs at the nunness. This city never died. Was there ever a heart inside, chasing fireflies? But when the stormy high rises, left a trail behind the finite wasted time of our lives. Silencing get overworked and underpaid. Things are nothing inside covering until office where you're late. Yet I thought persist enough teammates who ought to be afraid. So the nothing running right instance behind the lonely shade. Is the world a sadder place without the words that you combine? Without the letter without shattered every bar that we have played? Does it matter in the end? There's only diminish and decayed. And your friends are tired of fantasy, you're wishing they had stayed. You don't get to say I miss you. You watch your hero's fate into the rearview mirror of the villain you portray. Stop the pity party list, and you don't get to be dismayed. You don't get to be emotional. Feel blessed you got it made. This is the best use of your life because you chose to make that trade. Recollect as you hope and prove. What is there to miss? Fade in, fade out, this crazy dream without a direction, floating aimlessly. There's nothing left back there for me. Pretend it's the end of a made a story of life. No proof, those heights. I never find another chance to say hey, thanks for saving my life. I was hopeless, it was stinging, driving ruthless. We were singing at the top of our lungs at the nunness. This city never died. I said goodbye to the heart inside, and yet somehow there was romance in our self-hate. We got no chance in this life maze, but let's hold hands through the night haze. We run so fast till the school change, till the train runs. We know it's time, we're the same ones, waking up now to real life. Midday dream to the next night. I'll keep waiting. I keep waiting for you. Waking up now to my real life. Let me daydream to the next flight. Running so long, I got older. Not the cloud's gone. Is it over? Is it over? All right. Daphne, Ficus, Iris, Machia, Litrum, Mirica, Savia, Floss.願いを僕の願いよ未来よ絶え間ない後悔よ来館8度の夢はやがて知ってしまったダフニ、フィクス、イリス、マキア、リトルム、ミリカ、サビアディムス、リベス、アベリア、セドゥン、フェリシアオグナ、リグニス大体君の思いは憂いは巡る間やらは半径80側の世界に囚われたまま骨を差し言われた今日溢れた異彩に秋をくべて風に乗せて錆びた空を彩る澄んだ日々を手に去った花はすぐに枯れてくだんだん僕は夢から覚めて姿意味もないないなセドアベリアフェリシアティモス君が僕にくれた声も色も揺るぎない愛情も二人きりの空に光った星も夜に散ってしまった何の添えにモノクロの冷えに季節は色あせて熱を帯びて鈍くんですれた街にこぼれるすさんだ日々を手に辿った先に花が咲くはずこんな君は夢を見たまま悟ったふりで水を注いだモノクロの部屋にネタの中に柔らかく咲いた花は雲の上でAlright, I'll be right here with you. Just give me one more minute and I'll be right here. We're gonna play a nut one more time.
Hola, dulzura.
Hola, dulzura. ¿Cómo estás? Por cierto, panita, ¿qué te parece la calidad de la imagen de la transmisión en YouTube ahora? Creo que ahora está un poco más bonito, ¿no? Ahora se ve más bonito. Aunque bueno, hace un tiempo tú principalmente estás viendo desde Twitch. Así que quizás la diferencia no ha de ser tan notable. Quizás la diferencia no es tan notable. No estoy seguro si quiero que sea... De acuerdo. Excelente. Esperaré brevemente a los visores de Twitch. I will wait briefly for the Twitch viewers to come to the stream. To come from the ads. I will briefly wait for the Twitch viewers to come back from the ads. Alright, okay, yeah, everything should be ready now. Primeramente será el video, la grabación será primariamente en inglés y seguramente después traducir algunas partes al español. Permíteme prepararme mentalmente. A couple days ago, maybe today, a friend, me and a friend had a surprisingly strong discussion about about the nature of the about whether it's my channel is worth it. Without getting into too much detail about the discussion, essentially she called me a loser more than quite a few times, and, said that my channel was a waste of time that does not amount to anything. Essentially, that at least for the time being doesn't really amount to anything, and I should not be focusing so much on the channel, on my online efforts. And to be brutally honest, I don't think that the evidence so far disagrees with that. One moment, please. Sorry. And that has forced me to clearly articulate something that I had been suspecting and worrying for a while. And that is that I think it is safe to call this my Vtuber channel a failure. I don't think it will be controversial really to say that. I don't think many people will disagree that a channel that has been around for a year and a half and only has a little below 375 subscribers is a failure. I don't think that will be controversial to say. And even if I know the reasons why, and even if I know that some of the motives are due to factors that are beyond my control, those explanations, or what my friend will call excuses, do not change the fact that the channel so far is a monetary failure. What I mean by that is that, like she said, right now you're not really getting anything out of the channel, and you don't really have anything to show and offer to the channel. So what's the point? Why do you even bother doing it? Maybe some people might think that her words come off as harsh. Um, but mm, I, I hope you understand where she's coming from, in the sense that we are both live in a country that is very, very difficult. So that certain things, like having the free time to pursue a hobby or whatever, is just not something that we very easily have, because we, in my case at least, I had a lot of debts. Additionally, I had been seeing somewhat increasing amount of pressure to do more, to give more results for people. So if sometimes I speak, for example, of like, oh man, it's a failure on my part that I don't, that I didn't get um, whatever, like $5 from all my efforts so far up to now, etc. I hope people understand that I am not doing it from a place of greed, but from a place of necessity. I don't live in the same context where a lot of other people in Vtuber seem to do. I seem to quite simply not do. And actually, let me try and set an ad again. Excellent, yeah. Hey, that at least that little thing is advancing, right? Little things that go advancing. Um, Sir, it just hurts a little bit much. She really said a lot of very rude stuff. Like she really called me a loser a lot of times. Um, and at the same time, something that she said, although that is more in relationship um, with my dangerous job. By this point, I think I can have the honesty. I guess we can call it bravery or whatever, to not really call it in quotes anymore. Normally, in the past, I added quotes so as to not really worry people. But I think that I owe you a certain level of honesty and admit that it's not as safe as I used to say. It actually is kind of dangerous. It actually is kind of a dangerous job. Um, you chose this. Um, you chose to have a dangerous loser, no good background job instead of I don't really know. I don't know. Have a cushy government job with contacts or whatever. Um, and even though it's difficult for me to admit it, and even though, especially the way that she said it, like it really hurts. There's no getting around the fact that she is right, that they are right. Um, Many of the situations in my life, as they are right now, uh, they are the result of the decisions that I had taken for my life so far. Even if those decisions were taken in a context that was less than ideal, and even if those decisions were not something that I would have originally chosen, if I did not have the problems that I do. I chose to be independent and free, and I chose to live by my own terms, even if that means doing a job that is a little that like maybe leads me in a wheelchair, maybe leads me in a coffin or whatever. But that is a decision that I took, and I need to admit that. Similarly, um, I made the decision early on to chiefly appeal to a female audience, even knowing that they are a market minority of the B2B audience, and especially knowing that in what I assume my niche will be as a cute sales or Vtuber, etc. Um, I will not exactly have a lot of room for growth. I At least the impression that I get is that a lot of the people that would like a cute sales VTuber, they will go to an agency VTuber, not to an indie VTuber. And even if maybe at the start I didn't really grasp that when I first make the decision, I did not fully grasp that it will result in such a big barrier to growth. it does not change the fact that I decided that. And I had to live with that. Reminder that you're awesome? Shut up, Falco. You're not awesome. You stink. You're a loser, Falco. You're a loser. Loser. Haha. Okay. And I do apologize. Sometimes like it's a bit difficult to form thoughts, coherent thoughts here while I'm live on air. Yeah. Even if I said, like, for example, that my job is a bit dangerous or whatever, you really don't need to worry about me. I really hope that you don't worry about me. Life is too short for you to be worrying about the danger that other people get themselves into. Even if it is not something that they chose, and even if it is a violence imposed upon them by a society that doesn't value their lives, you have your own life to live, and I don't want you to spend your life worrying about things that you can't do much about. It's pointless for you to worry about me. So I really hope that you don't. I really hope that you don't fret, you don't stress, or that you don't worry about me. What I would really hope for is that you do the things for you that are good for your own life, and that you are able to reach the things that are beautiful and good about the world. And me getting hard or not has no bearing to that, has no relation to that. Now going back to like the decisions that I take to intentionally limit my audience. And of course, like with all of this, we also had to include the caveat of I know that I am a very incompetent at this. I know that I am comically bad at this. I know that I am like really not good at this. So also a lot of my limits of growth had to come taking that into account, the fact that I'm just not very good as a VTuber, and the fact that I do practically zero networking, but I'll get into that a bit later. And sorry, I didn't really ever tell people this in a very formal manner, but I had the opportunity for a while to be a fanboy VTuber. A lot of people, there was a while in a time in my channel, I think around the time that I did Hololive stuff, or either shortly after it, where I had a lot of people coming in and saying, wait, oh wow, I see a cute fanboy cat. That's such a cute fanboy, hello. And I just said, oh thank you, that's so nice, okay. And I didn't really like egg that on or anything. And and even when I knew that fanboys will be quite popular. But the thing is that I just do not see myself as a fanboy, and I did not want to be a fanboy. I did not want to appeal to a male audience in that manner. why I don't see myself as a fanboy? Saying it very directly, just because I talk in a very soft manner, or that I am like very polite and gentle, or even in the sense that I had like some kind of feminine behaviors, I do not believe that makes me a fanboy. Especially because the conception that I have about like what a fanboy is usually like is like very well. I promised myself that I was going to speak from a place of honesty from now on. So do please note that when I say this, I do not mean to be like disregarding anyone's experience, and I know that the fanboy spectrum is a lot wider than that. But the conception that I had at the time was that fanboy was like a very sexualized thing, and sexualized in a very male pandering way. And I didn't really want to be that. I just plain and simply did not want to be that, and I did not see myself as that. Even when, ironically, I am actually pretty comfortable with not safe for work material, even if I don't really like engage with that very directly as a conist, mainly because of the model. Um, I I had even voiced some very spicy audios. I guess I can say that. I had even voiced like a few very spicy audios. But I decided that I did not really want, if I was to get ahead, I did not want to get ahead by appealing to quote unquote gooners, or by appealing to the typical male VTuber audience. And in the case of male VTubers, one of the biggest typical quote unquote audiences are like the fans of fanboys. And one clarification here: being a gooner, nothing wrong with that. Like being too goon-minded or goon-filled, like maybe that is a bit more questionable, but it's not really my place to judge. There is also another matter for which I wasn't like super mega comfortable either with, like a bit of the fanboy community. And sometimes I kinda had the feeling. Oh man, this is going to be a little mean to say. But sometimes I worry a little bit that, do they really hate interacting with a woman that much that they want to go with a fanboy? And like, I sorry, but like, some parts of the VTuber community are pretty misogynistic. Some parts are pretty misogynistic. I don't think you can deny that. I don't think that you can deny that. But to be entirely honest. Uh, some parts of the VTuber community can be pretty, say, not very nice stuff about women, and I will admit that's part of why sometimes I really couldn't quite relate to the wider VTuber community. Speaking in the very abstract here, and part of why I didn't wasn't super comfortable um, interacting with the wider community. Of course, I don't mean to cast too wide of a net or anything like that. In fact, practically all of the interactions that I had with people in my channel the commenters, chat, etc., had been incredibly positive. I genuinely had met such incredibly sweet and nice people. Even including, for example, the people that say, "Oh wow, what a sexy fanboy," etc. They were always super, super nice. And generally, yeah, when you see, for example, a bigger content creator, a bigger Vtuber, etc., like her chat is often like really nice. It's generally, you have to go into the comment section of a video or discussions where the people know that the Vtuber herself isn't going to watch, isn't going to look at. That's when things get a bit dicier. My apologies, I got sidetracked. But the important thing is that I could have had good traction, built a good audience through that, and I did not. I chose not to. Whether my choice is morally right or whatever, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. And additionally, I probably could have done well as a Vtuber too. Because I know that some parts of the Vtuber community assume that male audience will not watch a male. But to be entirely honest, the evidence just doesn't really seem to prove that hypothesis. It just doesn't really. A lot of Vtubers do really, really well. A lot of Twitch Vtubers do seem to do really, really well. But again, I chose not to. Oh. Un gatito. Ña. Da señal de vida. Muchas gracias, la aprecio. And why did I chose not to? I wanted to. This is gonna sound like very, very arrogant. But essentially, I wanted to be a place where the female audience could feel like they were the main audience. They were the main people to be being catered to. I often felt, at least in the India scene, a lot of these ideas are formulated before being more familiar with Nijisanji, by the way. And I know that a lot of people are not going to like hearing this, but I also do think that a big part of the problem with male VTubing in the English sphere is because one of the biggest examples of successful male VTubing are within an agency that the wider community has decided are persona non grata, essentially, without getting into whether or not that is a good thing, without getting into that whole debacle. But for me, there's no getting around the fact that Nijisanji was the biggest example of a successful male VTubing, and well, now that they are treated as persona non grata, then that did leave male VTubing, the wider image of male VTubing, in a rather precarious position. But I often found it like a little bit sad, I suppose, that the general consensus in a lot of the indie community, at least from what I've seen, in the wider VTuber community, I think, from what I've seen, is that you can only be successful, mostly be successful, by appealing to the male audience. Or at least many of the discussions that I had seen do revolve about male VTubers, do revolve about male VTubers appealing to a male audience, almost like if the female audience is like an afterthought or something insignificant. And by the way, even a lot of the female fans, they a lot of them prefer watching women fans. At least the ones that claim to do so. You never know if someone on an online discussion is what they claim they are, right? You are never quite sure of that. And so a lot of them also prefer to watch women, supposedly because of many gender preferences, feeling more safe around women or feeling more like a fraternal community with a female entertainer. Sorry about that. So the female fans that like to watch male VTubers, I will not say that they are a minority, but they are a subsection, or they are a section of the female fanbase. What I am saying with all of this is that no. Let me keep the original thread of thought. And I thought that was unfortunate. And so, even as frankly incompetent and unattractive as I am, I wanted to be a place where they can feel, where the female audience can feel at home, where they can know that sorry for being like super blunt when I say this, but that where they can know that no incel rando is going to come and say, ha ha ha, Twilight sucks, yeah, better love story than Twilight, or where they can know that they are not going to get like attacked for being for Yoshis or Yume Yoshis, or for even just liking male VTubers being cute. It was very important for me that they can know that they can be, I guess you can call it safe place if you must. And even when I didn't realize at the time just how potentially limiting that audience segmentation was going to be, it's something that I'm still pretty happy about having done. I feel happy when I see that the audience statistics goes about upwards of 70% female. And well, no lo sabía, gato, pero siempre estuve allí. Un gatito. Chan chan chan. Okay. This is going to sound like really vain. Vanidad. Vanity. But being someone that has never really considered himself attractive his whole life, like when I started doing audios, and so many people were saying, "Oh my God, your voice is so cute. Your voice is so attractive. Oh God, your kisses are so hot." And seeing that also happening in VTubing, that actually was good for me. That actually like did my ego really good. I'm not gonna lie. Hearing people say that they like you, that they love you, that they find you attractive, that feels fucking good. That feels fucking good. We can be honest about that, right? Come on, we can be honest. We can be honest about that. And now I know that some people, well, the kind of people that think this are probably not going to watch this channel anyways, but I guess some people are going to go, oh yeah, you're like $6 provider or anything of that. But well, I mean, in the case of VTuber, that doesn't really apply. That doesn't really matter now, does it? In my case, I am physically not attractive at all, to be entirely honest. If people like what I do or what I say, it does seem to be chiefly because of my really sweet personality. And to be brutally honest, it is the personality of like a certain subset of the VTuber fans that makes me not really be too interested in being connected with that part of the community. I am sorry for saying it like that, but there are a lot of parts of VTubing that I'm not really like a big fan of. And even if I am a no one view nothing, I am happy that I can at least speak with that kind of honesty. That I can be so true to myself that I can say that. It's one of the very few good things about being a 1v1, to be entirely honest. Se siente la tensión en el aire. Tan, 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 tan. Okay. My friend called me a trash a lot. My friend called me trash a lot. And she is not the only person to imply that I'm trash. And when people call you trash a lot, you tend to believe it. ¿Esto saldrá en los clips? Sí. Will this be in the clips? Yes. But how to say this? If you can have nothing, then the only thing you can cling to in your life is how sweet or how kind or how virtuous you were. No matter what, you can always add honor. And that is something that genuinely is worth gold. That's something that is genuinely worth gold. We got a little sidetrack again. I really apologize for that. But even though I say all that about that, there are a few things that I am proud of, etc. There are many more things of which I am rather ashamed of. Like, I genuinely did a really, really bad job. I genuinely did a really, really bad job. And I can't really just say, oh, I'm sorry that I'm not a female VTuber. Because a lot of male VTubers also do okay. Or I'm sorry that I am not, that I cannot even afford $5 for a legal game. And then I don't really pirate games. Because I'm sure there are people that are like even more economically disadvantaged and somehow they still do it. Or, oh, I am sorry that I don't collab with female VTubers and that's why I don't grow. Because I am sure that somewhere out there is an indie that manages to do it. Or what was the other one? I am sorry that I am so godawfully bad at networking. Because even with zero networking, I think that a really skillful indie would have done far more with a year and a half. I think that a genuinely skilled indie would have done far more with a year and a half. But I guess we can examine a few of those other aspects too. So, going into the aspect of like not being able to afford anything. Like I said, I had a lot of debt, and practically all of the job that I was doing the non-dangerous or the not as dangerous job that I was doing went towards paying off that, and I did not have anything left to in order to save up for a decent graphics card or anything. Like I said a few times, but I had a 960, which I think it's okay. I think it's an okay card, to be honest. But I suppose for the standards of current VTubing and more content creation, it's maybe a bit underpowered. I don't know. And this in a context where if you want to grow, you probably should like have like really nice clips, and that requires hiring editors or doing it yourself if you're a good editor. I'm not a good editor. Um, requires being able to promote yourself, requires being able to like maybe pay artists for like really nice thumbnails and promotional art, etc. And I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that. I could never. I can't even dream with build commissioning my own model. This is a pre-made. Actually, come to think of it, I bought this pre-made with some of the last of my savings before someone else depleted my savings. Well, that's saying it a bit harshly, but anyways, mm, and I'm not gonna lie, it hurts quite a bit sometimes to see like so many people getting ahead, so many people just marching right ahead in front of you, and you're stuck in the same spot simply because you were born in a country that does not have a tenth of the opportunities that other countries do. It hurts quite a bit. It really hurts. If I told you the country that I live in, you will know it's one of the poorest in Latin America. And we really are like people can't even dream of that. Um, and most banking options, Streamlabs, I cannot use Streamlabs. And what is that other popular service for commissions? Coffee. Yeah, I think it's Coffee. I cannot use Coffee either because no PayPal. And by the way, if, some people wonder, well, why didn't you take like an only one of those distance remote jobs, online jobs, etc. Almost all of the gig work sites that I had seen paid through PayPal, and I don't have PayPal. And you know, someone said once in a Twitter discussion that Vtuber is paywalled. And what they meant is that if you want to get ahead as a professional, then it is paywall because you need to do, like I said, all those promotions, nicely edited videos, etc. And well, I guess it is no coincidence that a lot of the really popular VTubers, even from the very beginning, and even nowadays, I think a lot of like the really, really popular ones, all are people from first world countries. And I don't really know any of these people's personal situations, so I don't really want to opine on their individual economic situations. I know two of the two that really did start apparently from very humble backgrounds, but I think generally, at least the common perception is that even being able to stream is a very privileged thing. At least in my country, for example, even just having no, forget having a computer, eating every day is a privileged thing. Believe it or not, actually, a lot of people in our country are food insecure. That is to say, they are not able to eat every day. That's a luxury that they do not have. So a personal computer, I mean, I'm not even sure if like 10% of the populace will have a personal computer. Yeah, things are that bad. And I don't come from a privileged background, I suppose. In the context of my country, yes, but in the context of the World Wide Web, not really. And that was actually one of my biggest hopes with Vtuber was the possibility to escape all of that poverty and tragedy, really. But at least it was not to be just yet. So that leaves us with poor networking, all right? I was catatonic for like half a year of my life, and oh, right, sorry, I forgot the soundtrack. Sorry, I was catatonic for about half a year of my life, and as you might imagine, I had problems with severe problems with severe social anxiety for a very long time. It was actually only in the last, I think, 5 years that I was able to leave my house. I think, yes. Now, I know that a lot of VTubers are reclusive people, they don't really get out, talk much, etc. But I hope you understand that for the very longest time, even just talking in a chat seemed like something impossible. Like sending a DM to someone, I think that only became possible last year or so. And I think it took like 6 months of streaming for me to be comfortable with one chatter in my streams, in my videos. And you know what? Let's really change the background. No, let's just leave it as is. Let's just leave it as is. Yeah, we can just leave it as is. ¡Viva! ¡Soy latina! ¡Eres latina! ¡Viva Latinoamérica! ¡Viva Latinoamérica! um, I completely lost my train of thought again. I'm sorry, it just all hurts a little much. Oh yeah, the social anxiety. So you can imagine that, especially for me, it's very exhausting to reach out to people, or even to keep talking with people. I'll sorry, just one moment. And especially like doing proper networking or being able to collab with people is just something that I don't really understand how to do. But even beyond that, just the kind of energy and the social battery required to keep a certain rapport going with another creator is something that still doesn't really come very naturally to me. In addition to that, even though I don't really want to go into deep with this for obvious reasons, I had a couple of experiences that were slightly discouraging, and that somewhat popped me off the idea of networking for a bit, for some time. But I think one of the biggest things is that it's a bit difficult for me to find people when I really relate to a lot in Vtuber. I find people that I like in a more general sense, but it's probably because I am such a weirdo, because I am such an incredibly weird person, or at least that I seem to be so alienated from a lot of the VTubing culture. Um, it's difficult for me to find a lot of people to relate to, or at least difficult to find people that I build a lot of rapport with, and especially even though it is a bit dry to say this, my channel is too small for most people to be interested in collabing with me. My channel and my numbers are simply too small for anyone to be too interested in interacting. And of course, the fact that I don't interact with female VTubers shuts me off from, like, I don't know, 70% of networking. I do imagine that a big part of why my growth is so limited is also because of me not interacting with female VTubers at all. Like that probably does play a big factor, especially in the India scene, where such an attitude is bizarre. It doesn't even make sense. Mm. Oh, ¿por qué se está subiendo la corona? Debe ser por la debido a que estás posteando más, panita. Entonces ahora eres la que tiene más calificaciones. One moment, please. And well, if you are just stuck in your own corner being a weirdo, then I guess it stands to reason that you're not really going to grow a lot now, are you? I suppose in that sense it shouldn't really be surprising, even if that doesn't make it hard less. But you know, earlier on I said that I want to take a more I always try to take a manly mentality or approach to life. So I also tell myself, like, I tell myself this quote from Homer, the historian, the Greek historian Homer: "Be still, my heart, for thou hast braved worse than this." He said that when he was facing a war. So, not growing a bit YouTube channel is probably not that harsh. It's probably not that bad of a situation. That's a beautiful thing, I suppose, about knowing so much literature and history. Like it kind of gives you perspective about certain things, and that is another aspect upon which my channel has been a failure. I'm probably the second biggest to biggest failure of all. When I started the channel, I wanted to share things like art, history, to share with Michelangelo. Michelangelo di Ludovico Buonarroti Simoni was to share some of the things that make the Enlightenment such a beautiful period. And to try and share the beauty of the common legacy of humanity embedded in the words of fiction and history and marvel of the world. But I didn't end up doing any of those things. And even though I am pretty happy also with the content that I did end up making, because a lot of people really did seem to enjoy the karaoke streams, for example, or for example the Necopara stream. It wasn't what I had in mind originally. Originally, I really did want to share the things that I see are virtuous and beautiful and good about the world. That there is good in the world and that it is wonderful. But I did not do it. I let myself be carried away by the current of events of the scene, of the things that others are doing, and of the things that gain me traction and numbers. And I let those things that were unique, the things that I really wanted to say, slip me by. And I'm sorry for that. I should have been better. I should have been more unique. I should have actually tried to play into my lore. I should have actually tried to take a stand for the things that I believe in. And I didn't. And I'm sorry. I really am. And the other thing that I really regret and in which I think I failed in is no hablo taca taca. Esto es inglés, no taca taca. Is that I genuinely wanted to be a source of comfort and happiness for a lot of people. And I seem to be that for the regulars that do come and check in. Parece que soy una fuente de confort o alegría o de algo que es reconfortante para la gente que sí viene a ver los directos. But I wanted to be that for more people. I wanted to have a channel that other me could look at and see, oh wow, he is growing so much. Oh wow, he's doing so well. I'm so happy for him. I'm proud of Alcanis, etc. And even though I try to go full time at making this a growing the channel, well, the YouTube channel and the other 5 channels that I do have, I failed. It was something so simple that I had to do and I failed. That's one of the things that my friend also said. You, especially, had more than many other people in this country had the tools to succeed, had the things that were necessary to succeed, and you failed. And it is true. Most people in my country could not even have the option for a while to try and get up a channel off the ground. They couldn't. I did. I was one of the lucky few with it. And I failed. It's pathetic that I failed this much. And I'm sorry. I really am sorry. But what was the Churchill quote? I'm gonna try and end it on a positive note. Success is not final. Success is not final. failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. So I'm happy knowing that if I failed, at least that it was for the sake of keeping true to myself. I'm happy that I never really did any kind of terrible clickbait, that I clarified from early on that I wasn't going to participate in drama. I'm happy that I didn't have to say demeaning or weird stuff about female characters or I don't know, other creators, whatever, to gain traction through controversy or anything like that. I am happy that practically 98% of all the judges that I know have been such incredibly sweet people. I suppose partly in credit because of the kind of vibe that I give off. I am genuinely happy that even if it is all very small, it is wonderful. Even if it is one little flower, it still is a flower. Will a rose under any other name be any less as sweet? I wish I would do more theatrical stuff. I wish I had the energy to do more theatrical stuff. And now that I have nothing to look forward to, I can at least be happy. Well, not happy, but I can be content. I can be at peace with whatever happens. Whatever happens to me, whatever happens to the channel. No matter what happens, I know that I stuck true to myself. That is the only thing that I have. That is the only thing that I am probably ever going to have. So I better stick to it. And of course, you can learn from failure. You can learn from the things that you did wrong and try to advance. What I hope more than that is that other people can also learn from my failures and try to take them in consideration. Do this, avoid this, don't do this, pay more attention to this, etc. Even if it still is failure. One moment, please. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think that there really is anything more to say to it. I don't think that there is anything more to add. I can only embrace that I'm a failure and know that I'm going to do whatever I can with whatever time I had left as a channel. And go right ahead to whatever destiny takes me. But I know that I will do my best. Again, saying as sweet as sticking true to myself that those two are the only things that I'm going to have. So I better hold on tight to them. Let's actually sing that song, I think. But if I don't include that part in the clip, I want you to know one thing. I love you, Amici. I really, really, really love you. Los amo, Amici. Realmente los amo. Li ami, Amici. Davvero. Okay. Escuché un golpe, panita. Sí, una moneda. Allí, una moneda. Entonces no hablo Spanglish. Pero Spanglish puede ser bastante útil a veces. Tú eres el dueño de mi corazón. Eres la luz de mis... Oye, eso me hace sonrojar. Espera, esa parte me hace sonrojar, ¿no? Me hace sonrojar. El que logra ponerme nerviosa. Eres mi panita. Eres mi sabor de mi...
やっべ
¿Aún se encuentra en clip? No, creo que ya completamos el clip. ¿Ya estás mejor, panita? No realmente, por lo menos completé el clip que quería completar. Así que, por lo menos eso es algo bueno. Karaoke. Hold on tight to your dream. Yeah, hold on tight to your dream. When you see your ship go sailing, when you feel your heart is breaking, hold on tight to your dream. It's a long time to be gone. How time just rolls on and on. When you need a shoulder to cry on, when you get so sick of trying, just hold on tight to your dream. When you get so down that you can't get up, and you want so much but you're out of luck. When you're so downhearted and misunderstood, just over and over and over and over. Oh, I could talk on the river. I could talk on the river. Quanti vuoto un patto batte, quanto sento tu sempre se, a croce torre. You get so down that you can't get up, and you want so much but you're out of luck. When you're so downhearted and misunderstood, just over and over and over you go. Hold on tight to your dream. Yeah, hold on tight to your dream. Yeah. When you see the shadows falling, When you hear that going calling, hold on tight to your dream. Oh yeah, hold on tight to your dream. Yeah, hold on tight to your dream. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I don't have the energy for anything more. Ok. Bravo, muchas gracias, gracias. Pudo haber sido mejor, pero lo hicimos. Al menos lo hicimos. Okay. Thank you so much to everyone that stopped by. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que vinieron hoy. Estaré completando la transmisión ahora. I will be ending the stream now. Thank you to Ensponta. Thank you to Don't Bad Sim. Thank you to Destiny Francis 254. Thank you to Milagro Dorado, panito número 1. Thank you to Simone Julim. And I think that will be everyone. Creo que esos serían todos. Muac, ¿ya nos vamos? No, sí, ya nos vamos. Lo siento, lo siento. Hoy fue un día un poco difícil. Pero al menos estoy contento que pude estrenar la habitación ASMR y y pude hacer esta conversación. Es otra conversación importante que tenía que tener. Hay unas cuantas otras conversaciones importantes que habría que tener, pero eso será para el futuro. And at least happy. Y también el botón de publicidad automático. Esto es una gran ayuda. I'm really happy that we worked on the Kaika Sengen flowers scene. I'm happy that that I set up the Twitch ad button, so like I can just automatically set start an ad with the push of a button. I'm happy that I showed you the ASMR room, and I'm happy that we had this conversation because it was a conversation that I was planning to have for a bit. So at least a few things got done today. That's good, I guess. Qué bueno. Sí, en verdad, es muy bueno. ¿Saben algo que es muy bueno también? Ustedes, amici. Ustedes son muy buenos conmigo. Ok. Questo è stato agonista buona rotta. Vtuber che vuole regare felice. A dopo, amici. A dopo. Oh. Here. Excellent. Okay. Sí, nos vemos. Bye bye. Nos vemos el martes. See you Tuesday. A dopo.